Hi all, my name is Kat and welcome to my channel in this body doubling session. I'm a bit of a chatty tasker, but if you prefer minimal chat, I have some other videos where I don't talk as much. Links in the description. Everyone is welcome here during these body doubling sessions. I work on current illustrations. If you don't know what body doubling is, it is a strategy to stay on task and get things done. More information and a link in the description. During this body doubling session, I'll be using a Pomodoro technique, not the Pomodoro technique. This one is different because we start with an hour and take a 10-minute break, then we go to 50 minutes with another 10-minute break, and so on until we hit 20 minutes, which will be our last stretch. Let's get started.
Hello! I hope that everyone has had a great weekend. And, yep, we're gonna try and finish this up today. But we all know how that went last time, so let's see where we get. Oh, I was working on clouds the other day. Yay, clouds it is. Huh, that's funny. Clouds, 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 clouds. Hey, no. Mm, er, mm. Anyways. Mm. smooth out these gradations. Did you? Oh, hey, you know what would be really helpful if I was on the right layer? I'm sorry, I booped you. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. I think I'm doing this wrong. You're being mean. And you're having trouble rendering. Hmm. Ow! Oh, shithead. What'd I do? What? No. Bad program. Bad. No, don't do that. Gentle, baby. Gentle. There you go. Good boy. gonna turn on the timer. Dun dun dun. UB tubes. No. Oh wait, I'm on UB tubes. Dun dun dun. Da 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 dun. Ah. Yeah. Really funny. Ah. Ah. Hi, ow. Thank you. Thank you, my little fuzzy wuzzy. Mwah. Looks like it's just going to be us today, but that's totally okay. No, sweetheart, don't. You can't do that on this arm. Can't do that on this arm. Yeah. There we go. You can do it on this arm. Yes, you can do that on this arm. Yes. Okay. Ow. That's all bless, kid. Stop pulling on my hair. Okay. Oh. Oh, kid, come on. There we go. Your little dots. There we go. Dots. Yeah. Dotty dots. Dotty dots. Dotty. I don't know why, but right now, all I want to do is go and play freaking Dishonored 2, the um Keranos mansion mission right now. I want to play that so badly. Unfortunately, I do not have a PS4 at the moment. And I absolutely will refuse to go and play it on my desktop. On my computy weebies. No. Ah, computers are great and everything, but all I want to do is just go and play it on a PlayStation. I don't care what anyone else says. PlayStation is the best console out there. Sega used to be, but then they kind of stopped making video games. Or no, they didn't stop making video games. I mean that they stopped making consoles, which really sucks. Because oh my god, did they try to always go for gold whenever they, well, I say always. There was like 3 generations of consoles that they did not do that with. I am not a video game expert or anything, so take my word with a grain of salt. It's just the things I've seen from other places and things I've picked up over the years from reading all the stuff I've read. I don't even know how I ended up picking up that information. Like, if you asked me exactly where I got that information from, I will never be able to tell you. But I know that if I went to go look up that information, I'm sure I could find it again. Because, oh my god. Anyways, no, if Sega had gotten some of their like more wilder console systems to work, or their some of their wilder systems to work, I cannot imagine the kind of tech that we have right now. They were freaking working on motion capture like back in early 90s, late 80s. I think that's the correct timeline. It was very impressive, but they couldn't quite get it. I don't know if it's because the tech wasn't quite there yet or if um there was some sort of coding error. That would be something for the super techs to actually go and check out. But that is definitely one of those things. You do not exist. Where's the other one? I know I saw. Ah, here we are. Oh, you missed one. This one. Ah, ha, ha. Okie dokie smoky. Let's see what we got going on here. Cute. Oh, I did that wrong. Cute. Okay, I know that I have 2 things that I absolutely must get into. But let's be real, I really don't want to do them. Like, there is a deep, deep longing of not wanting to do them. But I'm getting to the point where I absolutely have to. because everything else is just going to be cleanup. Then again, I could go and do cleanup and then go to those and then do some more cleanup. I know I'm a terrible person. Should definitely not do that. And we all know I totally am going to do that. Sitting here drinking my morning hot chocolate. Yeah, I'm a child. I drink hot chocolate. Do not drink the coffee. I have enough issues in my life where I do not need a coffee addiction. You know what? Let's go ahead and save this and see where we're at. It sounds like such a silly thing to go and say. Wait, that's the wrong one. Bugger. Maybe I need to go and like email Sketchbook and be like, look, I need a tiny window. I need a tiny window that tells me what's going on and how my piece looks. In real time. Maybe not like super real time, but like, you know, every couple of seconds. Yeah. Yeah, that ties that much better together. Okay. My brain is saying is clean up. Ah. Oh, right. Okay. Alright, let's try something different. Boo. Yep, today's a lone day. Okay, let's see. What am I looking for? Uh, hmm. Not the basic lines. Thank you so much, Switch. I'm still gonna play with the pause, though. Ha 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 ha. No, you can't do that with this one. I told you. I told you you can do that. I'm sorry. Oh, well, now I know where that one bothers me so much. Mm. Okay, maybe. Oh my god, does that game still exist? Holy crap, it does. Oh my gosh. Uh, yeah, I would say that it's gone down in rankings. Huh. I'm looking for references for what I'm wanting for this, and I came across a ad for um, claw marks for Second Life. Now there's a game I haven't heard in a hot minute. Okay, that's not. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay. That's one way of dealing with that. wonder that worked so well. Hmm. Oh, hey, there we go. That looks like that might be of use. No, it's not, unfortunately. Close, but not as helpful as I thought it might be. Okay. Okay. I don't know how that ended up being there, but interesting. Wait, where'd that go? Oh. Hmm. Okay. I give. I'll just figure it out. Hmm. It's not what I wanted to do. Okay, I guess from further away it doesn't look as bad. Yeah. Oh, come on. I'm not gonna lie, I really, really like this technical pen. It reminds me a lot of working with microns. I I would freak people out with how I use my microns because I never used them going straight on. I would use them from the side, and people always thought that my microns were uh empty because I couldn't get the top of it to work. And I was just like, no, it's not empty. It's just not how I use it. And they were just like, it's empty though. And then I would go and use it how I usually use it, and they're just like, what is wrong with you? You're like, absolutely nothing. Nothing is wrong with me. Just ask me. And then I would look at them with that like crazy eyed look. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm sure some people would be like, you're not joking. Ooh, yeah. Anyways. Oops. There we go. But yeah, it would annoy everyone to like, yeah. Yeah. So this pen definitely reminds me of doing that. Or that, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it was a lot of fun kind of screwing with people in that way. Because they would just look at me and be like, how? How are you doing this? Like, just use the pen. Like, that's not how you use the pen. Like, of course it is. I may just get rid of I remember to go and put my gloves back on after break. You know, I really should go and just any video where I mention my gloves, I should go and post a link to their site. I wonder if they're still beaten, considering beating. I mean, by heartbeat, still alive. You know, all that kind of thing. Um, Hey! They still exist. Yay! That makes me so happy. And I totally messed up their name, but that's okay. Alright. If you have cash to burn and want quality stuff, I would say go and order from Chocolate and Cashmere. Because, yeah. Yeah. That's Switch! For the love of God, thank God I wasn't actually using my stylus. Because is actually where I got my, gloves at. They're not selling. Are you kidding me? Are they not selling my gloves anymore? Wait, wait, wait. Yeah, they are. Never mind. No, they're not. They don't. They totally don't sell my gloves anymore. Oh, how dare they not sell my gloves anymore? That's so sad. I should not be allowed to go and do that. I guess they've had to pull back some. That's so sad. But yeah, no, their stuff is really, really nice. And the chocolate, oh my god. Ooh. Hmm. That's slightly worrisome. Either that or else I don't remember exactly how much they cost beforehand. I feel like their prices dropped. They have amazing chocolate. So yeah, it's called Cashmere and Chocolate. Freaking fantastic. Absolutely will recommend always, provided that their stuff remains high quality. I mean, that's the way you should always go and do it. Also, they've got some, I don't know if they sell it outside of their stores, but they have got some very, very spasa chocolate. And this is what happens when I don't have somebody to talk to. I will either be very, very quiet, or I will go on just random tangents about everything under the sun. You know, man, I would freaking love to work with Arcane Studios for one of their Dishonored projects. Absolutely would love it. Like, yeah, yeah. I haven't been able to go and play any of their other games. Though I did get I haven't had a chance to play, what was it? I haven't had a chance to play Prey, and I haven't had, there was another one that they did that I got the game for, but I haven't had the chance to play that one either. Right now I'm kind of in survival mode, so me going and playing games is a little hard for me at the moment. Now, if I do this for the claws, I should also go and do it for the other stuff too. I don't want to do it for the claws. I want to do it for the other stuff. And that's how you do problem solving. Okay, I'm like Oh, that was dumb. Oh, that's fine. Oh, wait. Hmm, that's fine. Hmm. Anyways, okay. Sorry. Well, kind of sorry. Huh. I had a thought. No, it's such a weird thing to go and say stuff like that. But here's my thought. My thought is that if Toph, so I'm a big fan of Last Airbender, right? I don't really do a lot of fan work, um, mostly because I really don't want to be involved in that kind of situation. That's not to say that I won't do it. I just haven't done a lot of it. Um, but I just had a thought that since Toph is blind, and as we all know, there are multiple different reasons for somebody to be blind, even if they were born blind. Um, However, with Katara being a healer and everything, do you think that any point in the past or at any point they talked about possibly healing Toph's eyes, or was she just like, nah, I'm perfectly fine with being blind? I feel like that would be a thing that Toph would say, even if given an option. I came to Airbender very, very late. Like the show was already over by the time I came to it. Um, yeah, had no idea. Was babysitting for somebody, and they're like, "Yeah, no, the whole series is done." I'm like, "What? No, it's not. I haven't seen these last couple of episodes." I'm like, well, here you go. Here's Netflix. Go watch it. And I was just like, "Oh my god, that's the best thing ever!" When I finally was able to finish watching it, and I was so sad. And I was like, "Why? Why are they missing out on the important parts here?" And as much as I want to go and finish like reading the series and everything, or reading the comics, I am having an incredibly hard time with that. I know that sounds silly. It's not the same. It's kind of like, so back in the day, there was a series, and I think it's kind of still going. I'm not entirely sure, but there's a series from France that's licensed by Disney called Witch. It's an acronym of the main character's initials. Anyways, it's magical girl stuff, but it's really interesting, and it's definitely European because of how the school system is. Um, yeah, if you just look at the school system, it's a little hard to figure out the day because it's like, oh, and you know it's French because of just how they do stuff and like how the school system works and how they do lunch and everything. And um, I've also watched a lot of Miraculous. There was no way that show was meant for kids. Just saying. It really wasn't. If you actually look into the history of Miraculous, it was not meant for kids. Anyways, um, but I prefer the comic over the show for Witch. I have watched it. It is not as good as the comic by any means. So, uh, and the like how the character interactions and the build up and everything is completely different. You know what? I may just get rid of. Ah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's a bad thing. Don't like that. You're being mean now. Okay, let's see how you look. Okay, better. But I am going to need to do something with the piles of dirt. Anyways. Woot! Super close. I do not need to be that close. Alright, just because I know that I'm going to do something silly if I don't, I'm going to go put you on a new layer. By the way, if you haven't played the Dishonored series, you're missing out. It's a very, very good series. Um, I will say Outsider Must Die is a little bit off, but that's because that's like not. It's. I didn't like it as much as the others, even though it had a lot to do with the Outsider, who is essentially like the deity of the world. You really do feel bad for him. Like he gets screwed in so many ways. Um But anyways, I thought I hadn't beat. I've only played it once through. No, I've played it through twice, and I didn't realize I had played it through twice until I got to the end. And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of unfortunate. I did have a PlayStation 4 for a while. Well, it wasn't mine. I was borrowing it from a friend. Anyways, they were very, very nice and let me play on their console, which was amazing. And also had all my Fallout 4 stuff on it. I had to go and restart my Fallout 4. It's fine. I do not lead a very exciting life. I think, anyways. Other people may think I do, but I don't think I do. That's the weird thing about being a human, is that we don't think that we live very interesting lives until we start talking about it, and then it's like, oh, well, I guess my life is a little bit interesting. There are some days where I wish my life wasn't as interesting as it has become. But that's okay. No one's allowed to have that, like, wish every now and again. The best we can do is try not to make life interesting for everyone else. I mean, make life interesting for everyone else if you want to, but, you know, at the same time, yeah. I don't recommend making life interesting for everyone else, because if you make life interesting for everyone else, you're going to have to deal with the fallout of it. Which is one of two things. You either set an expectation of life being permanently interesting, which is kind of like what's going on with, you know, a lot of these major content creators. Or you kind of just deal with the backlash of not making other people's lives interesting, which is kind of what some other creators are doing. The ones that, let's see, Red Nile, I think, is one that produces like a few videos a year and just reposts them. I think that's right. Um, and they get backlash for it too, and it's just like, bro, come on. Me, I just want to sit here and have good conversations and read stories. And yeah, good conversations and read stories. There we go. And draw all day. Like, if I could do this all day, I would be a happy little
Clever
human.
Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Okie dokie, and we are back. There we go. Yay! Ah! Look. Oh. That's why. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what I was talking about before break. Sure could go and look it up though. I know it was something to do with video games and worlds, things like that. You know, I very, very sillily thought that I was going to get this done today. Now that I'm in this part of it, I'm like, no, that's not a realistic expectation. I just realized something. Nope, nope, not going to. I'm just gonna let it go. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and link that. Should have done this on break. There we go. Got to love. Got to love. Neurodivergency. There we go. There we go. Ah. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, dokies. Okay. Okay, now why do you gotta love neurodivergency? Simple. Because it's one of those situations where if I don't do it right now, I will forget it forever. Which is one reason why I pause in the middle of some of my streams and go and research stuff. Because I will immediately forget. It also affects conversations too. Woohoo! That's why when I'm talking to people, especially in meetings and things like that, I am constantly taking notes. I have a notebook that is specifically for work whenever I'm working at a business or something. That is all the information I know about whatever job it is that I'm trying to do. Oh, I like that. That's much better. Let's go ahead and make you also go down more. So I rent space from a local gallery. I will go and teach out of it, you know, for people who want to do art. And if anyone wants to do art classes online, let me know. Because I'm sorry, I'm not going to be traveling to your home, 500 miles away, if not further. That does not mean I wouldn't want to, but trying to do that on a regular basis is kind of overkill and is a lot more money than what I would get paid. So I'm sorry. While I prefer the in-person interactions, logistics is just not there yet. We'll have to wait until transporters become available. Oh my god, can you imagine what it'd be like to go and do teaching with transporters? Oh my god, it would make life so much easier. Even if we do have viable transporter technology, we won't get it until like it's leaked online somewhere and somebody does like super a lot of tests for it. It would have to have a very critical component to it that only certain people would be actually have the money to buy. That is the only way that you could keep transporter tech out of the hands of the public and not free for all, and make it very stupidly expensive. Anyways, or make the knowledge like super specialized. Now, granted, that part isn't as hard as it sounds because how many people actually know how to build a car? Cars are pretty much everywhere, right? Well, so yeah, cars are pretty much everywhere. And yet, we haven't had very many new car companies. Part of it is because of how much it costs to go and build a car and get investors and all that kind of stuff. Part of it is because a lot of people don't want to go and build cars. And the other part of it is that it's just yeah. That knowledge is not there. It's not there like it used to be. Now with all the computery stuff. But you know what? I wonder how many people would be interested in a car that has as little electronics in it as possible, but can use any type of fuel, be it electricity or gasoline, a hybrid or whatever. I wonder how many people would pay for that. It's kind of like a dumb phone. I know people who would absolutely love a dumb phone. Don't get me wrong, being able to go and check your emails from anywhere and having access to the internet anywhere and everywhere is really, really nice. But yeah. not being able to be in touch all the time is super awesome. And as some of you have been on my streams before, you'll understand why I have become adverse to being in contact all the time. Like, it used to not bother me. I never had my phone on silent. And now it almost never is not on silent. Because, oh my gosh. There are very, very few people that can break through my silence stuff. Because I have come to deeply love my personal time. I was a good example of this. A few years ago, I had a family member who was dying, and I'd wanted to go and visit them, but being broke and working literally paycheck to paycheck, I wasn't sure I could make it. Well, finally, familial pressure forced me into a situation where I had to go. And I told everyone, told all clients, hey, I am not going to be reachable, because it was literally in a dead zone. I am not going to be reachable from this day to this day. And I told everyone this. I told them repeatedly. And now, don't get me wrong, I was very much in dead zone, and from the very few times I was able to get messages, I it was literally everyone contacting me because they're like, "Oh my god, where is this person? Where's all this?" And I'm just like, "Are you guys serious? I told you I was not going to be reachable." I had already had um long story short, it made the experience very, very bad. I already was not feeling well because of mountain sickness. It did not help that I was starting to have anxiety. I didn't realize I was anxiety at the time, but I was feeling so anxious that I did not enjoy my trip, and it made one of the few times where like I couldn't enjoy anything. I felt so sick that and had such a headache that just moving made me nauseous and everything. But of the few times, it was actually that was when I got my gloves. Um, but of the few times that I was that it was that experience taught me a lot and taught me how important it is to really set strong boundaries. And I've been working on that ever since. And unfortunately, I didn't really get to spend much more time with my family member after that. And I tried to make as much time as I could to go and see them. They eventually moved. Eventually moved out here to one of their siblings' houses that was closer, so I was able to go and visit them more. And it was a lot for everyone. But yeah, it was really bad. Um, and I am really upset because it was a really, really cool place to go and hang out at. It was one of the Earthships or Earthship houses out there. If you haven't seen Earthships before, they are like these underground net zero. I think that's right. Net zero recycled houses that exist. That is all like passive heating and cooling. And it was cool. It was cool AF, and I really, really, really enjoyed, experiencing that. I just wish I had been in the mindset to really enjoy it more, and I don't know how my family member ended up feeling about me being out there, and which sucks because it was a super cool experience and they were trying their best, and unfortunately I know I was not a good guest. My my sensitivities as a neurodivergent, and this was at a time when I wasn't accepting that I was neurodivergent. Like, I knew I was, but I didn't accept it as a real condition. Like, I didn't really accept it, and I hadn't really like tried to look into it. But shortly afterwards I realized I needed to. And looking back, I realized that because of the amount of stress I was under, my sensitivities, my neurodivergent sensitivities, were also rearing their ugly head. And I'm really sensitive to certain smells. And usually it's perfumes, but sometimes it can be triggered by other scents. And like I think I have a small allergy to standard perfumes. And I say standard because I have there are certain perfumes that I don't have a strong reaction to. Like, I won't end up with a headache. High school was torture for me. I constantly had headaches because of the colognes. Like, it's high school. Guys don't believe in washing, or feel like a body spray is going to make them smell better. It's not. It's just going to make it worse. Like, I'm not gonna lie. There is... Alright, this is gonna sound really weird. There is a level of sweat that I do not mind smelling, because it means that you put in a hard day's labor. And whether that be working out, whether that be, physically working, there's a certain like level. Like, if you're just like drenched and dripping and it's literally like starting to build up on you in such a way that your shirt is beyond soaked, yeah, that's not attractive. And the fact that, hey, you've been working hard, no, that is worrisome, because that means that you're about ready to pass out from lack of fluids. Like, if you're not drinking as much as you're sweating out, you need help. And that goes for anybody. Oh, I don't know if anyone knows this. I recently found this out. I don't remember exactly where from, and I do apologize for that. But somewhere in one of the medical thingies I've run across, I did find out that women actually don't sweat as much as men. Like, we can be doing the same activity, but we will not sweat as quickly as men. Which I don't know is a good thing or if it's a bad thing, but it is a thing. So, if you see a woman sweating, that means that she's worked harder than you. Sorry, that's that's just how that goes. Because if she's sweating, she's put in like 3 times the amount of work. This is not to discount the amount of work that you've done. I'm just saying that in comparison, physiologically, yeah. I think that's working. I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah. Told you. But yeah, I'm not discounting the work that anyone else has done. I'm just saying that that is apparently a thing, which is slightly terrifying. Because God, I can't imagine what a guy would do with hot flashes. I mean, they literally cause women to sweat a ridiculously high amount. I think that's how that goes. I could be wrong. It could be that guy's sweat. Whatever. It's yeah, I think women don't sweat as quickly as men do. I don't remember the reasoning as to why. I'm sure somebody somewhere will be able to tell us. We ask them real nicely. It's Hi, Lizardi! Welcome! I've been talking to myself. Well, yeah, you broke your finger. Thank you for the x-rays, by the way. I was in love with that. Congratulations on finishing the sign. And I'm not really sure about the school logo thing, but that's cool too. Like, I don't know how to relate to that, and I'm sorry. Oh no, how did I end up with a... How did I end up with a line right there? But congratulations on all the stuff. You have been kicking ass, even with the broken finger. Nice. Nice. I mean, I've been sitting here talking about video games and people sweating and how much I like my privacy. Well, how much I like not being in constant contact with people. So, you know, that's all good. You know, the usual neurodivergency stuff. But no, I am absolutely fascinated with x-rays. By the way, I love x-rays. If you guys ever, like, anyone sees this beyond Lizardi, if anyone sees this, if you want to share your x-rays, oh my god, I will absolutely, like, be all over that. I find x-rays fascinating. I'm actually also very surprised at how clear your x-rays are. But that could just be the Midwestern in me and all of our stuff outside the major cities. And by major, I mean like Kansas City, St. Louis. I don't know if I should say Tulsa. I don't know about Tulsa. I don't feel like Tulsa's really that big of a city. I mean, it is. It's got several really nice art museums there, but like, I don't know. It just, I feel like Kansas City is the biggest city in the Midwest. Aside from like Chicago. And when I say Midwest, I do mean Midwest. Okay. Okay. So Nice. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's like intense. I follow a lot of that stuff and I try to go and give it likes and everything. It's one of those things that is just like, nice. Nice. Have you read The Firekeeper's Daughter? That book will mess you up. If you haven't read it, oh my god, it's such a good book. Ooh, nice. Um, I don't know where my x-rays are. I I got bit by a dog a few years back and they had to do an x-ray on my hand to make sure that it didn't crack any of the bones, and I knew it hadn't because the dog hadn't. Well, the dog bit down hard enough to cause me to have scarring. The dog didn't bite down hard enough to actually break bone, partially because it couldn't get a good enough grip. And I know this sounds weird, especially considering the really mean word. To scratch onto. I don't know what you mean by scratch onto, but that's interesting. So here, as somebody who's worked with a lot of animals, here's my recommendation, even though it sounds absolutely contradictory. Whenever you approach a new animal that you know nothing about, unless it's a horse, do not have your hand flat. Because what's going to happen is that animal is going to try and bite you. Have your hand in a fist. I know that sounds really contradictory, but here's the thing, is that you're a lot less likely to have broken bones and severe damage. That is the reason why my hand was not broken. Because that's how, and I stretch my hand out to go and let them sniff. This dog in particular, I don't blame the owners 100% for the dog being the way they are. What I do blame them for is not taking my advice when I gave it to them. And be like, hey, look, here's this thing. You guys are gonna need to be like take responsibility for it. Otherwise, bad things are gonna happen. Well, they didn't do the thing, and bad things happen. And yeah. Really sucked on all levels, but you know, it was definitely a thing. And yeah, that was definitely a thing. Anyways, but I am very curious if you want to, if you want to DM me the stuff about it, and I think you just did. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, that's something that I'd be interested in. That's really cool. I will have to look into that. Give me a second. But yes, that is my unprofessional professional opinion about dealing with animals. because I've worked with a lot of different animals, and probably the one thing that has saved my hands more than anything else is doing that. And usually, if you just give them time to go and sniff your hand, that usually is, so long as you're being slow and deliberate and let them approach you, it's fine. It doesn't matter if your hand's in a fist or not. It's how you act around the animal when you're working with them. And I think that that's something that a lot of people don't get, because you have to be deliberate whenever you're working with any animal, especially ones that don't know you. You have to take it slow and you have to let them approach you. I can't tell you, I can't tell you how many times I've had clients go, pet clients go and be like, oh my God, they never come out with anyone. And usually it's simply because I stand there, let them come to me, or I sit in one spot and I'm just like, here we go. And that's usually how that works. So, but if they come up to you immediately and are overly aggressive, like, that's something different. That's something different. And that's kind of what happened with this Puffers, is that I told them, hey, I will need to work with this dog for a while before it will really be safe for me to work with them. For a while. Work with them on a irregular basis. I'm gonna have to work with them every, like, maybe not every day, but like at least 3 times a week. You know, come over whenever you guys are here. You know, just let me know what your schedule is, and we can work with that. And like, it wasn't a gimmick to go and get them to pay more money. It was a gimmick for keeping me safe and keeping the dog out of trouble. And they didn't do that, and I ended up getting bit. And that's where that happened. And I should have approached them more and been like, look guys, I don't feel comfortable with this. You know, I'm trusting you on this. This is something on that. And that's like that advocating self thing that, believe it or not, a lot of neurodivergent people are not overly familiar with. But yeah. Anyways, but yeah, going back to the X-rays thing, that's interesting. I will definitely have to, yeah, if you want to like have that, yeah. That would definitely be something that I'd be interested in doing. Oh man. Okie dokie. Anyways, so now that your puppy is all happy that you have a backyard, I don't know, what did I do? I pressed a button. That was not the button I wanted to press. Oh my God, that's too bright. There we go. Okay. I know I sound like I'm half crazed. So, anyways. Aside from the finger, which by the way, the x-rays make it look like you're giving the middle finger, and I'm not entirely sure if that's actually the middle finger or not. But How was your weekend? Looks like you've already, like, gotten a lot of stuff done today. I think you should go and get a big jug of sweet tea and just sit on the back porch and relax. Unless you're doing the laundry painting now. Oh, hey, by the way, in other news, well, I was gonna save this for a little bit later, but this is fine. It's in the middle of the episode. I do have a new video dropping. I have my first video dropping at like noon. Maybe it's 12:30. I don't know. It's literally just me reading the story. I was gonna add text to it, like, so then you could follow along with what I was reading, but I couldn't figure out how to do that, and I was just like, I need to get this posted. I'm not wanting to deal with it anymore. I got it to the point where I was happy with it, like, outside of the text. I was happy with it, but yeah. I am a little disappointed in the fact that that I have no text for I have no like follow along, read along with me text type thing going on there. So there's that. I don't like that one. So this is probably a bad time to bring that up, simply because it's less than a minute. Let's go for it. So I have been watching the original Star Trek series. I don't know if I've mentioned this, and it mentioned that in the latest videos. Anyways, so I have been watching that, and while I have also watched a lot of Doctor Who, I cannot get over how wild the 60s were. Oh my god, the sheer arrogance of dudes. Like, oh my god. Like, it's absolutely crazy. Also, there's Rick and Morty has a lot of Star Trek references. Which makes sense. Okay. And we're back. Dun dun dun! Give me a minute. So then I can turn on the timer. There we go. Okie dokie. Yeah, that's some pretty intense stuff right there. Not gonna lie. Like, I was looking up the project that you're telling me about, Lizardi. Yeah, I will reach out to that because that, oddly enough, is something that I have become further and further interested in. Yeah, well, okay, it's not just Doctor Who, but also Star Trek. Like, I will have to rewatch the older episodes. But like, I didn't think it was as bad as it was in Star Trek. Oh my god. And now when I'm talking about as bad, I'm not talking about like the plot lines. I'm not talking about the I'm not talking about the terrible set design or the cheesy over reactions that they have, but like over dramatic, there we go. Over dramatic reactions they have. It's the word usage that bothers me so much. Like the language in it. And I have to keep reminding myself that as revolutionary as this show was, oh my god, it was not revolutionary enough. Now granted, it's one of those like slow burn revolutionary things. Like, oh my gosh. Like the sheer dismissal. Like freaking Scotty is one of my favorite characters in the show. And honestly, at this point, the only reason why I've been watching it is the interactions between Bones and Spock. They've got some sort of bromance going on there. You cannot tell me otherwise. But the crazy thing about that is that freaking the language that they use. Now, they have, it kills me a little bit because we have Uhura, who's by far one of the apparently, I guess, was one of the most controversial characters. I don't know why. Aside from the color of her skin, I really don't know why. Because the Uhura in the movies is far stronger of a character than in the new movies than, and even in the older movies too. She was a much stronger character. But in the show, she's just mostly there to make it a pretty face. Like this vapid person. Like her biggest fear is dying and not being, pretty all of her life. And it's like, bro, she speaks how many languages? And you have her just kind of like, oh, I only care about my looks. She's freaking Aurora, not some little Barbie doll. What the hell? I have to say I'm very disappointed. I know it's the 1960s, but oh my god. And how they just like disregard the fact that there might be a female engineer. Like Scotty, I just watched this episode and it's a direct, it's Rick and Morty totally took it from Star Trek about, the divided civilizations and between male and female. And oh my god, it was so crazy because they were all like, "Oh, where's the man in charge? Where's the like person in charge and everything?" And they only think that it's a man. Like their entire language usage is very much male oriented. And Scotty's like, "Oh, not that I don't believe that there couldn't be a female." And it's like, bro, you're in the 20 what 24th century or whatever. Um, bro, there are female engineers. You just aren't looking close enough. I mean, to be fair, Scotty only cares about how the ships are. That's all he cares about. So I can kind of forgive him on that, because let's face it, he's very much not in the thing. But oh my goodness, like, at least Kirk should be aware, and Spock should be like even more aware. Now, granted, that this episode Spock couldn't even like do anything. But, like, seriously, like, Bones was probably the closest, and he's a Southern gentleman. Like, he was the closest to being the most progressive, and he's a Southern gentleman. I honestly don't know about the movie version of Bones. I really don't. Like, he sounds more country in the new movies. He sounds more country than he does South. And I'm gonna blame it on the fact that at least I'm 97% sure that Carl Urban is crap. Now I can't think of the island. New Zealander. That he's a New Zealander. So, you know, that's kind of the thing there. By the way, I don't know if you watched Hercules with Kevin Sorbo, but Keith Urban played Cupid in that particular world. I want to watch those episodes so much, but my ADHD, my neurodivergent brain, will not let me go and just watch those episodes. I need to know all the plot line getting into it. I'm just like, but it's so dumb and cringeworthy and overdramatic. Like, overdramatic with reason, that makes sense. Overdramatic with very little reason, it's like the worst parts of being neurodivergent. Probably the reason why I have such a hard time watching a lot of these shows. Like, oh, you're all just really undiagnosed neurodivergent people. Got it. But yes, no. I will give Doctor Who a lot of free passes because they had nothing going for them when they first got started. So they were all kind of just like making it way up as they went. At least Star Trek had like something going for it. You'd think that God, I can't think what her name is. She played Lucy in I Love Lucy. God, I can't think of what her name is. Anyways, yes, I know it's something simple, but you'd think that she would not approve of some of that language that was put in there. Like, I was about to go on here and be like, yeah, if you want like positive masculinity, go and check out Star Trek. And now I'm just like, ooh, don't go and check out Star Trek, OTG, or the original series, OST. Yeah, don't do that. No, Next Generation. That's where the real masculine men are. I know I sound so silly. But anyways, yeah. let's go ahead and see if I can remove those outlines in particular. Nope. Absolutely not. Oh, maybe you in this group? Nope. Is it? I don't know what you were. You? No, that's the head. Don't know what you are. Okay. Definitely not. What the heck are those? Ah, found you. Actually, I can turn off you. Okay, let's go ahead and turn you back on. And you're off, right? Yeah, you are. Okay. And because I don't trust things. Actually, let's turn you back on. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that Star Trek is bad or anything. It's just shocking at the word usage. That's all. I was not prepared for it once I started looking at it. I was just or like paying attention to what it was saying, especially the episodes that were predominantly about women. It was incredibly dismissive. Like, yeah, I know it's the 60s, but oh my god. Oh my god. And people are fine with people going back there. I'm just like, no. We already have enough trouble getting our points across now. I cannot imagine what it was like back in the day being like, oh yeah, whatever. Like, dude, if I got a chance, let's see, there was one episode where the nurse got a chance to go and slap slap Spock, and I was like, dude, if I had a chance to go and slap a dude, then absolutely would take it and make sure that he was freaking bleeding at the time. I know. I sound so rough, but I couldn't believe it. It was just, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. It was crazy. But that's just me. It's whatever. Grew up in an age where being able to communicate effectively is our primary issues. People want to go back to that. Oh my god. Like, oh my god. Ah. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I can't get it out of my brain. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, there we go. And I want to... There we go. Yeah, I think that kind of works better. I'm gonna go test this out. Man, I really gotta go and send an email to the sketchbook and be like, look, I am trying to go and do this, but I desperately, desperately need a small window or something. And they may have one. Oh, hey. Oh, wait. And okay. Yeah, without those harsh lines, that does look better. But I desperately need to bring in some more shading. Huh. Okay. This one. All right. Nice! Congratulations! See, you're getting all that stuff taken care of. Woohoo! Yeah, I don't think that was a wise idea. No, it was most certainly not. Screw this. Ah, you're all good. Animal removing company? Why? Oh. Okay. I mean, you know what else is really helpful at doing that, right? Snake. A danger noodle. Yes, even the fist thing helps with the snakes. Actually, it's because of a snake that I decided that doing the fist thing was probably the best idea ever. I I was taking care of these snakes and they hadn't been fed for a while. And I wasn't the one that was supposed to be taking care of them. There was somebody else who actually had way more experience dealing with them than I did, but they weren't doing their job. So and I was taking care of some other animals, and they didn't have to be fed as often. So um, I mean, yeah, I love snakes too. I, I I don't think you can grow up on a farm and not like snakes. I really don't believe that you can. Um, unless you have uh animals that are snakes' favorite food. In which case, yeah, that's not ever gonna happen. Anyways, but there's a but they were supposed to be there. Somebody else was supposed to be taking care of them, and they hadn't come by yet to go and feed them. And well, I was making sure that they had plenty of water because some of them were going through their molting stages. And well, I moved too quickly, and the snake bit me. Well, let me rephrase that. It latched itself onto my hand, and I had my hand, flat out. Snakes are one of those few creatures that no, you can't. Snakes are one of those creatures that you don't want to do that with. But yeah, I had my hand flat out, and he latched himself onto the web between my finger and my thumb as I was trying to grab his water bowl. And that's on me because I knew he was hungry, and I I knew that if I moved slow, it would be fine, but I didn't. Well, I grabbed the back of his head, and we both were there for like a second. I was like, okay, all right, I'm gonna let go because this hurts, and you're gonna let go too. We both let go. It was I can definitely say that I have been bitten by most animals now. Or have been injured by most animals. Honestly, it really wasn't that bad. If I had to compare it to something, it was probably like being tattooed. Except there was a lot more like pressure. It was a lot like being tattooed. So if you were ever curious what tattooing feels like, that's what tattooing feels like, being bitten by a snake. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I did hold him there for a second. I was just like, bro, you need to let go. Ah. Yeah, he didn't try that with me again. I'll definitely say that. Um, but still one of the best experiences that I've had. And okay, so here's the cool thing is that they were pygmy pythons, meaning that they were forever going to be like that they were forever going to be like a foot long. See, I don't like paint either, but I love tattoos. I have wanted a tattoo since before preschool. And last year I got my first one. I'm gonna let you know something here. Don't do it on your hand for your first one. Don't do your first tattoo on your hand. That is going to be my number one recommendation. That being said, after you do it on your hand, everything else is going to feel like nothing. Ooh. There you go. That I can't give you any advice on because that sounds like so much pain. It really does. My tattoo is definitely not a tap tattoo. And it was definitely painful. Now, my first tattoo took took almost 5 hours to do. And on the hand. My next tattoo, or the tattoo after that, took only an hour, and I barely noticed. The only thing I needed was, I will say, when you go to get your tattoo, and it doesn't matter what tattoo it is, when you go to get your tattoo, you are going to want to be fully hydrated and with a giant, like, thing of fluids next to you, and you're going to want snacks. You are definitely going to want snacks. I also recommend, depending on where your tattoo is at, I had both of my tattoos are around my hand. So what I did, and I didn't like go and grab stuff, but I needed something to hold on to so then I could keep like that as still as possible, my hand as still as possible. So the first time I just I was just holding on to the little, because it was on the top of my hand. And I was holding on to the little like armrest thing. Nice. I was holding on to the little armrest thing. And that's what I was doing, but I was doing it very, very lightly. Like my hand was just there and I had something to grip onto, but it wasn't like I didn't use much strength. The only thing that I was using strength on was the rest of my body and keeping my arm absolutely still. I did see. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. But I will. Don't worry. I will have a look at it. But yeah, I was very much like keeping the body part that was being tattooed absolutely as still and as relaxed as I could. Meanwhile, the rest of my body was absolutely wiggling out. Like my tattoo artist, like all the artists that were there and my artist, shout out to Cryptic Tattoo and Nate, who is a fantastic artist. He not just in tattoos, but in lots of different things. And in a lot of different works. But like all of them were commenting on the fact that
Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Aya's back for the last session. Woot! Okie dokie. Right. This is our last session on this, and okay. Well, I say last session on this. I mean last session for today. 'Cause while I am very happy about where it's going, we're not quite there. Yeah, I did see the I am familiar with Apueng. I totally butchered her name and I do apologize. She is the one that I am most familiar with as to that tap style. She was the one that whenever I read that you were doing the Filipino tap method, I was gonna be like, yep, nope. Oh my god, look at you go! You are just on fire today. This is an awesome week for ya. Woo! Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, no, she's the one that I was thinking of whenever you said that. I did not know that I knew that she had somebody training under her. I did not know who it was. I will say if you look at a couple of her videos, yeah. I will say that if you look at a couple of the first one that you sent me, if you look at a couple of her videos, she does do some tattoos on the hand, and you'll notice that you'll notice that that the people who have the tattoos going on, they have their hand kind of like pressed in there and are doing everything to keep their hand as still as possible. And that is what I'm talking about whenever I say I needed something to go and help with that, because when you're in pain, that's a lot of stuff to deal with, of trying not to move around. But no, apparently I am a tattoo artist's dream client, because I just sat there and didn't try to do much. It was just like, okay, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna suck so freaking much. So yeah. But that is something that I've thought about maybe doing, but so it wasn't the palm of my hand, thank you very much. Wasn't that dumb? Although I am considering getting a ring tattoo. My tattoo artist probably thinks Nate probably thinks I'm absolutely insane. Because I was talking with him about that. He was just like, we can do it. It's like, look, if anything happens to this ring of mine, I will be absolutely devastated. I would like to have a copy of it, at least. Look, okay. You know what it's like now. Can't argue with you over it anymore. It's like, yay! No, he's awesome. You know, I thought that too. I am absolutely opposed to pain. There's there was a lot of things back in the day that I thought about, and the only reason why I didn't is because I am pain avoidant. I do not like pain. I do not like causing pain. And I'm probably going to get doxxed for this, but I had to living on a farm, I had to go and put down one of our dogs. And now there was a reason for it. I wasn't just doing it for shits and grins. Um it was attacking small animals and it was turning it into a game. And I don't know if you know anything about farm work or being uh out and doing stuff. But it was uh but it was attacking small animals and turning it into a game. And what will happen is that when a dog starts doing that, um, it's very, very hard to train it. And if you have multiple dogs, in which we did, it's a behavior that will catch on and they will form a pack and they will start taking down larger animals, i.e., cattle, which is the main business for most of the farmers. And um yeah, exactly. It was a major liability. And um especially since we rented out since we rent out our pasture, it's a huge liability. Um and so I had to go and put it down. Um it was not a pleasant experience, not something that I enjoy doing. Um but it is one of those situations where it needed to be done. And um that um there was a reason why I brought this up and I don't remember what it is. Um but yeah, it was a very shitty situation. That's all I can say about it. But sometimes there's nothing that you can do about it. And while it can be trained out, the cost versus benefit of that was too high. And there was no guarantee that they wouldn't do it, because dogs honestly are a lot more like teenagers, or are a lot more like teenagers. They will do stuff behind your back whenever you're not paying attention because they can. And it was too much for that, and there was no way. There was only one benefit out of that. My very conservative jerk of a grandfather no longer worried about whether or not I could take care of myself. And also acting like I was stopped acting like I was just uh you know a little helpless female, because yeah, I scared him with that, which, if you ask me, was well worth that. Because yeah, he and I did not get along. And yeah, yeah, he didn't understand that I had issues. But yeah, he was very much not interested in pressing me after that point. Forget the reason why I brought that up. I was going to circle back around to it, but yeah, that's one of those things. Let's see. Nerves. Pink shaming. Yeah. It wasn't a bad experience because the dog didn't suffer, but it wasn't a great experience either. Uh, it definitely knew it was going to happen. That's the thing that bothers me most about that incident, is that the dog knew it was going to happen. like I said, it's one of those things that have to be taken care of. And I'm sorry. I like dogs too. I like animals. I like pets. I think that but there's also the reality of the world. I'm glad that you have such an enlightened attitude towards it, though. Um, I have a friend, and we will never see eye to eye on things ever. Although, you know what? I don't actually know if that's true now or not. They now work in a place. They now live and work in a place where what the ecosystem is pretty badly damaged, but they're trying to restore it. And unfortunately, there is a wild animal that is very prevalent there, but there's very, very strict rules on how it can be managed and dealt with. And not enlightened, but I understand the reality. I that I appreciate. We had my friend and I, we had a disagreement, not enough to like break up our friendship or anything, but we had a disagreement where one of the things about living out where we are is that there's not a lot of police force. Yeah, there's not a lot of hospitals, and there's not a lot of police force. Like, most towns have 1 or 2 police officers. If you're lucky, you have 2. If you're really lucky, you have 1. Usually it's, I think I said that wrong. Anyways, unless you're out in unless you're in a near a major city or near a city or a major town, most places do not have their own police force. It is all civilian run. So yeah, that's a thing. And so sometimes things get very interesting. But there was an incident where a police officer was on duty. They were the only ones that were on duty. And mind you, animal control. That's what we were talking about. Animal control. That's what brought this up. There was a police officer that was on their own, and they had been called out to a wild dog. Well, they didn't know if it was a wild dog. There was a dog on the loose, and I don't remember if it was being aggressive or whatever. But the thing was that the dog needed to be not caged, but needed to be chained up or back in their yard. Unfortunately, they couldn't get a hold of the owners, and a emergency came in that they actually had to go, and another emergency came in that they had to go and deal with, and this was dealing with peoples. And unfortunately, the officer put the dog down. And my friend and I, we got into a big debate because they were from a suburb of a major city. And I had to explain to them, I'm like, look, they don't have another officer on duty. There isn't another officer on duty. When you're it. Like, they had the dog, they couldn't let the dog continue running around, and they couldn't contact the owners, and they were in a bad situation. There was no good answer. That was not what I was planning on. There was no good situation. And there was no good answer because I don't remember what the severity of the incident was. but that they were called to, but they needed to be able to ensure the safety of not only the people that had called for the animal, but also the people that they were going to be dealing with. And that meant like needing to make sure that their back seat, you know, where they hold people, was clear. And they couldn't do that if the dog was there. Yeah, yeah. And a lot of people don't realize that is that small towns, there's a reason why it's called small towns and why there's the good old boy type of feeling. Um so if you've ever seen this show Jack Reacher, um the first season, yeah, meet the needs of the people and the animal. And unfortunately, my friend who's a very very big animal rights person, uh we had to eventually agree to disagree on that, and which sucked. But like I said, they are kind of more in that small town type of thing. But it caused a big controversy. It caused a big controversy. Everyone was up in arms, and it's like, what do you expect this guy to do? Like I point blank asked them, what do you expect this guy to do? Because he's dealing with a possible life or death situation, you know, that needs to be dealt with. Yeah, it sucks for the dog, but you know, it it's definitely a situation that the owners were primarily responsible for and put that officer into that situation. And um I should go and look up the resolution for that. What the resolution was on that, because it's something that I've brought up repeatedly as an example of how different city and country life is. Um, because yeah, like I said, it's there isn't the resources there. Yeah, emergency calls. There is no emergency vet. You have to be on good terms with your vet in order to in order to have emergency services. Like the whole good old boys thing, that's definitely a thing when it comes to being out in the country and being part of a small town community. Um, it think of it like office politics, but for every day of your life, for every aspect of your life. That is what living in a small town is. It's one reason why you have people who are from the small towns who can deal with office politics really, really well. There you go. Yes, brighter note. Am all for having fenced in yards. Even like the invis are really, really good. I am all for that stuff. Like 100%. I have seen some very, very good invis. I have also seen some very, very well trained dogs. Like freaking there are these there are these amazing there are these dogs that I've taken care of. They are super intelligent, almost scarily so. I will say that there's always a dumb one in the bunch, but it is very very interesting to go and see some of the dogs. But the dogs I'm talking about, oh my god, they are so cute. Aw, that's so awesome! Mango trees. Freaking love fruit trees. You know, I never heard of the story of Johnny Appleseed until after I got in middle school, high school. Like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, just like Johnny Appleseed." I'm like, "Who the f is that?" Ah, God. And oddly enough, that education was very much like not a thing. And a pepper plant too. Yeah, dogs can be scarily smart. There's one that I have to keep an eye on because he will run off. I have caught him more than once in the neighbor's yard. Anyways. Well, at least you're always gonna have food. Anyways, all right. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining me, Lazardi. Yep, I will go down the dark rabbit hole all the time. All right. Thank you guys for joining me, and I look forward to seeing you next time. And yep, we're gonna go and end with that.